lwaki Kayonda ajagala nnyo Welcome, viewers, and good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, it is game number 8 coming up on your screens here at Florida Cricket Oval. Mukono T20 Cup, ongoing, action-packed in the serene surroundings of Kokonjeru. We will go to the toss as the Buvuma Sailors face the Lugazi Trackers.
A very good afternoon. My name is Alpha. We are back for the second game of day 4 of Mukono T20 Cup. The game is between Lugazi Trackers taking on Buvuma Sailors. Before we go for that, the wicket looks good for play, having green patches of grass and lots of cracks. Here, there will be good scorings coming up and also good for the bowlers. On my left, in the green corner is Arjuna, and then on the right side with the blue corner is Chris Kidega. Chris Kidega is at home. Lugazi Trackers versus Buvuma Sailors. Chris Kidega, get the coin and toss it up.
Heads is a call.
Heads is a call.
It's a tie.
And tail wins. Yes, Chris Kidega. What is your take and what have you chosen to do?
I think we'll opt to bat first, try and take in the runs as far as we can. I think, yeah, we're good to go.
All right. Thank you. Congratulations. Yes, Arjuna. The toss didn't go your way. What were you planning to do?
I would have loved to bat first as well. The wicket looks good, but whatever it comes, I think the toss doesn't determine much of a score. The wicket looks solid. It will stay firm, and you can chase anything. I think anything below 100 is good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All the best. Thank you very much. I stay Alpha Adoa.
The Trackers winning the toss and electing to bat. Standing by for live action pictures that will be coming to you shortly in this first edition of the Mukono T20 Cup, proudly sponsored by Kingsley Children's Hospital in Mukono. A brief look at the standings. Lugazi Trackers, the early pace setters, playing 2 matches, winning both of them with 6 points. Buvuma Sailors, having played only 1 match, and this being their second match, but with 3 points, and a superior run rate to all the other teams on the log. Mukono Development, Buigwe Gladiators, Njeru Warriors, and the Titans from Kayunga, managing their first victory in a nail-biting, low-scoring encounter in the morning. The pep talk from the Buvuma Sailors, who have hard-hitting seniors and internationals in their ranks. The live pictures coming to you from Deep End Sports Media, a top-notch outside broadcasting and production team led by the wonderful cameraman and the lads out there in the production box. as umpire Sharon Atula and Michael Okoth make their way in the middle. We are in for a rich buffet of cricket this afternoon. This will be the 8th game of this tournament, with the highest score being 126 runs scored by the Trackers, and the lowest being 52 runs in the morning game, where the Njeru Warriors fail to chase 58 set by the Kayunga Titans. Plenty of spills and thrills expected even in this evening match, as the form team have chosen to bat.
Ochayan Munigwa. Munigwa. Hamidu. Oli Mulunji. Muli Mulunji Kati. Okay.
In your frame you have Simon Sesazi, who is going to open up the bowling, or rather and with that I welcome my colleague Alpha Adoa into the comms box.
It's a pleasure to be back in the comms box. The match between that is Lugazi Trackers taking on Buvuma Sailors. Whatever happened in the middle there of the toss, Lugazi Trackers decided to take on the bat, and as their captain mentioned, he looked at the wicket and saw it as favorable for them to take on the batting first. So we all see them composed, well composed, and let's see what they can be able to score. So batters are Jaffa and Hamid, and the one attacking, that's a beautiful shot in between points and in between gully and point for 4, hit by Jaffa.
This has been a tournament full of action, thrills and spills. But one thing we have noted is that the team always batting first, except for one instance, has gone on to win the match. The Trackers winning the toss and asking the Sailors to lead with them. Lines from Jackson Asiku. Asiku turns out for Budo Sisi in the Cricket League of Cricket Uganda.
Oh, well stopped. Beautiful lines from Asiku Jackson. Young lad there who has really developed from a tender age. I remember seeing him in primary school, coming always to Lugogo Cricket Oval, using a tennis ball and sometimes passing on the balls to the senior teams. He's again on attack and being hit, punched through covers and point. Beautiful shot. Jaffa on form, hitting the ball right away, composes himself very well, and takes on the mantle.
Despairing dive from cover fielder, unable to stop that ball. That goes all the way to the boundary. Ochaya using his feet well to get to the pitch of the ball. And that marks the end of the first over. 10 runs on board for no loss.
With the likes of Calvin in the team of Buvuma and Sesazi, bringing lots of experience to this team, having so many young fellas in there, it's a good sign to show the development of cricket in Uganda. Not forgetting that also Captain Ajuna guiding the team with the assistance of the senior members on the team.
Buvuma Sailors and Trackers look to be evenly matched in the playing personnel this afternoon. So it is going to be a very interesting contest. Starting off with a dot ball from the forest end.
Oh, well taken off. Sposingo there. Who survived? The batter survives. He tickled it on the onside, but there was a sluggish fielding from the fielder.
The Trackers, well known for starting like a steam train, scoring highly during the power plays, as we saw the first over going for 10.
Seeing Captain Ajuna bringing himself early, he must be having a plan with his senior colleagues on the team, wanting to pick up an early wicket, most especially Jaffa Ochaya. And this train together, well punched, but it finds a strong fielder at the covers.
Played off the legs by Jaffa Ochaya. Good to see them and Aljuna balls wide of the crease. Hamid unable to make contact, bringing us to the end of the second over. The score reads 12 runs for no loss. The run rate therefore is 6 per over.
Ultimately, there's a lot of wind at the ground, and I believe if the captain can be able to utilize the pace bowlers with this wind to see them swing that ball and then bringing himself to spin against the wind.
Beautiful ball and line from Asiku Jackson.
Bringing himself to spin so that the batters can try to hit the ball against the wind for easy catches.
The wind can sometimes be a blessing or a curse.
Beautifully punched. 4 runs. Jaffa Ochaya hits that straight through. Covers and point. It's just like a bisector. Well batted Jaffa. Shot. He leans against it and powers it off through covers. And this has caused a change in the fielding structure, forcing a sweeper down.
Chance and opportunity via seconds. Barochaya lives to play on. I think with those mighty blows, Buvuma Sailors quickly adopting a defensive meaning all your afterburners working for a quick single.
That was a risky one, but they managed to reach in there before the ball could reach. Ultimately, with the strength and the big chest coming from the young man Asiku, punched again. Jaffa for a one there.
Rotating the strike well, going about his batting calmly. Ochaya's rather misfires, and that will be put down in the extras column.
With the way look at Asiku, he's trying to force in an in swing with plenty of wind blowing all over here. So he's trying to go against the wind. Beautifully hit. Over. Long on. Can it make it? Oh. And that's a boundary. Beautifully hit by Hamid. 4 runs there. And it marks the end of the third over. $25.
Another look at that lofted shot, taking its sweet time to reach the boundary because it's against the wind. A simple scientific test here in the comms box indicated that the wind is blowing towards us from the forest end towards the highway end. Arjuna continues from the forest end.
Beautifully seeing Captain Arjuna thinking brilliantly and sharp, giving himself the ball so that he can be able to bowl to the batters, forcing them to try to go against the wind. Beautifully dissected, dissected through, but they managed to get 1 run there. A beautiful backer from man at extra cover.
For a batter, if you're getting the bat to the ball, that is a confident booster compared to if you are playing and missing. So Hamid quietly going about his business, and Ochaya, I love their patience and playing each ball on its own merit. Fumble from the fielder in covers. A wider delivery from Arjuna miscued to short fine leg.
Beautifully punched and placed, but it manages to stop it, allowing them to take only 2.
The fielder opting to chase, and luckily enough, the ball hits him on the legs.
Well stopped, well punched by Jaffa, bringing end of over number 2 for Arjuna, 9 for Nolos, and Lugazi Trackers, 31 for Nolos after 4 overs. Jaffa contributing on that with 21 of 17, and then Hamidu 7 of 7, strike rate of 100, having a run rate of 7.75.
With that run rate, you would see the Lugazi Trackers near the 140 runs mark. But at the highway end, a change in bowler, and Mahad, the young spinner from St. Cornelius SS Kalagala, takes the ball. Also a member of Mukono development team in the cricket leagues, but turning out for the Buvuma Sailors this afternoon. Good first ball from the finger spinner. That one is a little bit short and is unable to field off his own bowling. Only getting 1 in this instance.
Oh, that was a sharp turn from the young man. Played Jaffa, going to hit his thigh.
The grass on the new wicket giving it some nip. Man positioned well to stop that. At short fine leg.
There was a chance of a wicket of a run out there, but because they were so fast in between the wickets. Drop and run. Beautiful try. Jackson Asiku.
Sharp fielding out there in the middle from the Buvuma Sailors, and Captain Arjuna giving some words to his bowler Mahad Sakito. The inaugural Mukono T20 Cup, organized by Mukono Cricket Community, supported and sponsored by Kingsley Children's Medical Center Mukono, and our patron Dr. Peter Alele. Broadcast partner is none other than Deep End Sports Media. Follow them at Deep End Sports TV on all social media channels. And that brings an end to the 5th over. Lugazi Trackers, 34 runs for no loss. Jaffa Ochaya quietly going about his business with a strike rate above 100, 22 runs in 20 balls. In company is Hamid, 9 in 10.
What a fattish edge, inside edge. Rolling down and making them manage to get one run out of that.
A quicker ball from Arjuna and a miscue sees the ball ending up at shortstop region.
Well stopped by Jaffa. Well composed today. Having everything underneath the bat. Full face. Glances it. Deep mid wicket. Can he manage it to get? Oh, and it crosses for 4. Oh.
The fielder ends up in the scoring tent, giving his all trying to stop that ball, but it was faster. I told you we should print a big warning sign. Bowling at legs equals punishment.
Well composed and well stopped by Jaffa Ochaya.
Playing each ball on merit. Great effort from all the lads. Arjuna going quickly through his over and conceding only 5 runs in that one, bringing us to the end of 6 overs. And therefore the power play. The runs for the Trackers are 39. A look at that brilliant effort from the young man trying to stop that boundary. Mahat Sachito will continue from the highway end. Umpire Michael Okoth indicating the end of the power play.
New bowler gets in. Hamid tries to give himself room. Manages to tickle it to deep mid on, and he manages to get one.
The fielder coming in from the boundary.
Punish, boom! Good fielding from the youngster. Can they make 2? But only allows them to make 2. Beautifully and perfectly fielded by the youngster. Deep in the square.
This time putting his body well behind the ball and protecting the boundary. Classic shot from Jaffa Ochaya to long off region.
Tico's in one there and makes them get one out of that. Bowler goes and fields his own ball. They have no one inside the ring at the onside at mid wicket. Mid wicket has been pushed deep.
With the fielders pushed back to the boundary, that area now becomes and is seeing a lot of traffic. Singles,
Over.
the young man quickly goes through his over without conceding a boundary. 7 overs gone, 45 runs on board for no loss. And Jaffa Ochaya moves on to 30 in 28, maintaining his over 100 strike rate. Hamid keeping him company, 12 runs in 14 balls.
Happening right now at the lake shores of Entebbe. Abojo won the toss and elected to bat and elected to bowl in the finals of the Laika UG T20 taking place now. And Ismaili are 15 for 1 in 3.5 overs. And the umpires of that game are Patrick Makumbi and Simon Kintu.
Simon Kintu managing to be in 2 places all in one day, having paid a flying visit to Nkokonjeru, where he is the tournament director for this tournament. Pulled into the waiting hands of the man at short fine leg. The first wicket falls in this match. Buvuma Sailors snaring their first wicket off the bowling of Adupu. Ochaya will be mad with himself for not putting that half tracker away. But Temli sending it down to the waiting hands of the man at short fine leg. Exciting, exciting stuff.
There was a mistiming by Jaffa Ochaya. He must have forgotten that they had brought in man from fine leg that brought him into the ring. So through his mistiming, he notices later after going through the shot that that a fielder had been put there to trap him. So he was trapped there.
Every batter, having perished, would love the benefit of hindsight. It pays to pay attention to the field settings, especially when a new batter comes in. Chris Chidega, the leading run scorer of this tournament so far, comes onto the crease.
Score is 45 for 1. Chris Kidega on strike. He starts by punishing it over covers. Lazily fielded, approached by the fielder in sweeper, and they managed to take 2 runs out of that.
It is quite disheartening to a bowler seeing such a lack of effort sometimes.
What a blunder.
Chris Chidega, unaware of where the ball ends up, as the ball was rising up to him, but manages to pick up 2 in the process. I love the attitude of Chidega, always hungry for runs, always desiring to stay at the wicket. And every time he falls, which has happened once so far in this tournament, you will see all that disappointment on his face. A steady batter, man with a sound head on his shoulders.
Chris Kidega with all the agility he has. Very strong young boy. Very strong young man. He's captaining the team.
I'm going to baptize him Captain Fantastic.
Punishes that. Swiftly goes to long off. And they manage to get one of that. Well fielded by Simon Sesazi.
With such shots, the moniker definitely fits. Captain Fantastic. These matches offer opportunities for both the senior players and the youngsters to put their hand up, show what they can do.
That's the end of the 8th over. 51 for 1. Lugazi Trackers. Good ball. Good bowling from Adupu, youngster. Going for 5 and manages to pick 1 in his first over. Chris Kidega in there at the striker's end.
A beautiful shot of Florida cricket oval with all the action taking out in the middle. Glorious sunshine, glorious weather for cricket. As the Lugazi Trackers, the pace setters in the inaugural Mukono T20 Cup, take on the Buvuma Sailors. Mahad Sachito continues from the highway end. And Hamid tickles that into the vacant mid region for a single.
There comes Mahad. Good bowling from the young man, Mahad. Bowling to experienced player, Chris Kidega. Chance for a run out there, but they managed to get 2 from that. The young man is bowling well, but Kidega manages to bisect both the covers and point, but still fielded well by someone in the deep.
As long as Sakito is not conceding boundaries, he would have done an excellent job. And last ball of this over, balls at the feet of Chidega, who puts it away to retain strike at the end of that over. 9 overs done. Score stands at 57 runs for the loss of only 1 wicket.
It's too hot down here at Florida Cricket Oval. Seeing the batters really calling for refreshments. Too much heat. At the same time having a very strong wind. The breeze is too much. And the refreshments are needed. Change of gadget there by Chris Kidega. He runs in well as you watch the recap. beautifully having the strides on. And that's how Jaffa Ochaya missed times, being trapped by short fine leg. Wide ball. No need of bowling extras. This cost the team in the long run.
The Trackers known to love their runs. So if you can contribute to that as well, they will take it.
Misses that. Well bowled. Good line. But mistiming by Captain Chris Kidega.
What an opportunity missed by the bowler, Adubu. Chidega spearing that ball back to him, but unable to complete the catch. He survives. Umpire Athula taking evasive action. But that will count as a missed opportunity for the Sailors. And there, the rudder goes astray for the young man. Needs some few words in his ear. Needs to maintain the lines he was bowling in his first over. Some bounce offered by the pitch, leading to Chidega fending that one off, but still managing to take a single.
With the sound coming off that bat, someone can assume he must have hit it and bisected the players, but went straight to the cover person.
Florida Cricket Oval being a beehive of activity. Hamid found already halfway through his stroke, but making the necessary adjustments to keep that ball down to the square leg. There is plenty of activity all around the ground, with the youngsters out there in the nets, the pavilions filled with spectators. A fine tickle down for one, keeping the scoreboard moving, trying to avoid any dot ball pressure. And it is a Skyer, but Sabaiga Davis unable to complete that catch. Another life to Hamid. And hope it doesn't come back to bite the Sailors. You cannot steer your boat while poking holes in it. That marks the end of the 10th over. Another look at that. Straight catch. Hard hands from the fielder. At short third, and unable to complete the catch. But the score reads for the Lugazi Trackers 63 runs on board, losing 1 wicket in the process. Mahad Sachito well into his final over, his captain deciding to bowl him through. Sometimes there is no point in holding in onto your strike bowler, and you need to use him. Slower ball from the young man who has to do some fielding of his own. Vacant region is where Chidega places that ball to pick up 2. Smart cricket. Chidega realizing able and capable boundary riders in Simon Sesazi and Juna at long on and long off respectively. Mahad, and that will go to the extras column. Wide.
Hamid punishes that for 1. And fielded by the captain, Arjuna.
His timing has deserted him, as you can see in the previous balls is fast, unable to put that ball away, so he will need to readjust quickly. Glorious ball from the young man, indicating the end of the 11th over.
Mahad finishes up his spell of 4 overs, goes for 19 for 0, and score is 68 for 1 after 11 overs.
For a spinner conceding just above 4, that is a job well done. The young man doing a brilliant job for his captain, repaying the faith that has been put to him. But Adupu will continue from the forest end.
That's a wide. He tries to give himself room, but still he couldn't reach that ball. And umpire Sharon Athola doesn't waste her hands, decides to indicate wide. Hamidu gives himself room, punches it through covers, but managed to get 1.
Running brilliantly, taking that first run quick and waiting to see if there is an opportunity to take a single. But the ball was well within the fielder's hands.
Punched hard by Chris Kidega covers, but the fielder fumbles a bit and they manage to go for 1.
This passage of play could be termed as hit and run, because every time you hear that sound, it results in a scampering in between wickets. Good ball from Adupu, unable to be put away. By Hamid, only taking 1 off that one.
Exciting innings coming from Hamidu. And that is 1 tickled down there by Chris Kidega. As I was telling you, it's so exciting to see Hamidu having some good innings in there. This time he has stuck in there. Most of the time, he doesn't last this long. But seeing him in there, well composed, it's like now he's seeing the ball as a football instead of a cricket ball.
Obviously, the longer you stay at the crease, the more time you have to adjust to refine your plans and to make runs. Apparently, as you say, the ball becomes bigger, but you will still have to put it away.
Pretty much exciting seeing the young lad coming in, bowling it right there with some decent pace and causing Hamidu to jump up and try to cut it over, but misses that due to the pace. And again there it goes easily and dropped. You don't take chances. Don't allow such to happen. An opportunity comes for a catch. It should be taken. You shouldn't waste any time on that. You need wickets too. You not only need dot balls, but also wickets. You need to break up this partnership. Otherwise, it will dismantle the whole team of Buvuma Sailors.
Hamid losing composure and his captain having a word with him in the middle because he's become jiggly. He needs to get back in the mindset that has served him well all these 11 overs, to play every ball on merit and wait for the bad balls. The fielder unable to complete the catch, but we have a bowling change from the highway end. Sebanyiga Davis turning out for SCC Cricket Club in the leagues, now asked to do a job for the Buvuma Sailors. An S4 vacationist student from Mukono Kings SS. Slapped and a direct hit back in, but all fair. Way past the halfway mark of this innings as the Trackers try to post a formidable score, and they will love the freebies on offer as it helps them in their quest to post a good total. Arjuna talking to his bowler, encouraging him, asking him to bowl to the field is set. Sebanyiga featuring for the first time in this tournament, bowling right down in the block hole. Fielding with dear life.
Very exciting seeing Hamidu with double figures. It had been long seeing Hamidu getting to double figures, but this is interesting.
All he needs to do is maintain the composure, see that he bats out all the overs because he's capable, and wait to punish the bad balls. Posting his first double overs so far should not have him getting excited. Sebanyiga continues. Another one in the block hole. Not pushed, not punished by Chidega. He has some pace, this young man, and loves to bowl.
Boom, punished by Chris Dega. But it finds Captain Arjuna. And they only concede 1 run in there.
A wide full toss. Only bringing 1. Slower ball. And the overthrow gifts the Trackers. Good running and rotation of strike by Chidega. I believe his experience and technical news helping Amida out as well. And we have a partnership of 34 runs, of 35, just below the 100 scoring mark, with Hamid contributing 11 in 14 and Chidega 17 in 21. All action is happening out here at Florida Cricket Oval, Ziba Kokonjeru. Inaugural T20, Mukono T20 Cup, sponsored by Kingsley Children's Medical Center in Mukono. Deep End Sports Media, our broadcasting partners, and organized by Mukono Cricket Community, stewarded by Cricket Uganda.
Hit. Punched by Chris Kidega. 2. Long off. But manages to get a single out of that. And at the Lake Shores, Ismaili Cricket Club has 49 now for 2 in 7.3 overs.
This has been a weekend of cricket activity all over the country. Obviously, the Mukono T20 Cup ongoing here at Florida, Kokonjeru. Games ongoing in Masindi. And then the Laika T20 finals between Abojo and Ismaili in Entebbe. Good luck to all the contingent that is featuring for Abojo that are also participating in this one. Not forgetting Sirajan Subuga beyond the borders of Uganda in Rwanda, playing in the finals as well. Lots and lots of cricket for the public to savor. Adupu well into his final over. Poor calls in between the wickets between Chidega and Hamid has them almost being run out.
At the look at things, the run rate is going down from 6.78 to now 5.73.
It started well in the highs of 10. But now at a pedestrian 5.93. But I believe there is firepower not only in the middle there, but out in the dugout. And the Trackers are only waiting to step on the gas.
With the look of things, too much of a breeze here in Florida Cricket Oval. Punched. Can they be able to make it up? Oh! That was a miss. Quick running in between the wickets. And they managed to get one. Beautifully played. Beautifully fielded. The sound of that bat could predict that this ball was going for 4, but beautifully fielded in there by man at mid off, and that marks the end and the spell of Adupu, finishing 20 for 1, 83 for 1 after 14 overs. Lugazi Trackers, Kidega contributing on that with 18 out of 25. Hamidu 25 off 30 balls.
More direct hit would have seen Hamid perishing, but Arjuna still having words with his bowler and the mid-wicket conference as well, ending as Sebanyiga Davis continues from the highway end. Great fielding efforts in his previous over should have him trusting and bowling to his field. In the block hole,
Well punished. Can they manage to go for 2? No. Well fielded from Simon Sesazi. Experience. The most experienced player for Buvuma Sailors. Plays for Uganda and also featured in the World Cup that took place in West Indies as the opening batter for Team Uganda.
played several roles. At one point, keeping wicket as well. In that maiden appearance of the cricket cranes in the T20 World Cup in the West Indies and USA. Such tournaments are being used as pathways to develop and nurture talent that will see us back on the bigger stage.
I don't see why Kidega wants to put himself into pressure. He has this. He shouldn't fumble in any way. Let him just get off strike and leave Hamidu to do it all. At last, he punishes that for a maximum. Kidega patiently waits for that, composes himself, lines it, overcovers, maximum 6 runs on that.
A wristy shot, powerful at that as well, from Chris Chidega for the maximum.
Hits that again, but it finds Captain Arjuna, feels it, and only gives them only one run in there.
Chidega beautifully striking the ball coming out of the middle. And with that, the end of the 15th over. The score now is at 91 runs for the loss of a solitary wicket. Christopher Chidega, 25 in 29. Hamid, who opened the batting, 26 runs for 32. I believe that if the Trackers are to post above 120, now is the time that they should step on the gas. And we see a bowling change down from the Forest end as the experienced campaigner Emma takes the ball. Adjustments all around the field. Chidega keeping himself warm as he awaits he picks up the grass to see where the wind is blowing to know when to play not against the wind, but use it to help him. Good ball from Emmanuel Rothmio. Replacing Adupu from the Forest end.
Emmanuel plays for Team Tornado B in the Uganda League. Young man with lots of talent in bowling. Oh, he has a chance in there. And he's oh! What a miss.
You will realize that when the sun beats down on the grass, it becomes slippery. Hope the young lad is not injured in the process. As we take another look, Chidega skying that one. And the young man running in, eyes on the ball, but slides at the last incidence and unable to. Expansive shot by Chidega, resulting in the ball crossing the boundary. Sasazi and Watua, senior campaigners, guilty of schoolboy errors.
Beautifully hit by Chris Kidega. What a fumble. Ball passing in between the two seniors. What happening to the seniors?
The two providing comic relief to the dugout and all the viewers. Sasazi not backing up fully, as is supposed to be the last man, but the ball beating both of them. And Rothmio strays to the leg, tallying up the extras column for the Sailors. The Trackers gladly receiving that with both hands. The captain has persisted with pace from the Forest end.
That's a white ball. Emmanuel must be full of disappointments after seeing that that ball punished by Chris Kidega passing through the senior players on the team. But let him not lose control.
Certainly, but you are expected to keep your cool, and having straight to the leg side, then he comes and gives the one on the offside. Hopefully this one is in the middle. Nice drop and run from Chidega to backward point. Hamid in haste for a second run. That is not there. Auditioning for a comedy troupe. But Chidega telling him, we are here for serious business.
This partnership is moving very well. They are just short by 3 runs to hit the 100 mark.
The highest score in this tournament is 126, scored by the Lugazi Trackers. One in the block hole, but put away. Hamid Rothmio not able to collect. The ball failing to stick in anybody's hand.
I don't know what is happening. Where are they having confusion, poor communication? They should be communicating together. They have stayed longer onto that wicket. I don't see why they are trying to risk it out. Let them hang in there, continue building on that partnership as they hit the 100 mark. 100 up for 1.
They're going at a good pace, The run rate now at 6/6. So they've upped and stepped on the gas. Just need to continue with that. No needless runouts. Just see the ball and put it away. And for Hamid, who has opened the batting, still full of fire and life, running extremely quick between the wickets. And that brings us to the end of the 16th over. 103 runs for the Trackers, losing only 1 wicket so far. In the process, Chidega Chris on the charge. 32 runs in 33 balls, just slightly below strike rate of 100. Hamid, 29 in 34, playing the anchor role.
Like as I told you before, beautifully displayed by Hamidu. Comes in there and excitingly seeing him going on, going with the team, being guided by Captain Chris Kidega on that 103, contributing 29 runs, and Chris Kidega also contributing 32 on that. Beautifully displayed. Now, I'm imagining what is in their plans in this remaining allotted 4 overs to end their spell, the spell of the 20 overs allocated for this innings.
The Trackers just 23 runs away from their highest score. Only remaining with 24 balls. If they can pick up 1 per ball, they should be able.
Opportunity missed there. I don't know what is happening today, this afternoon. They might have eaten something. There must have been something put in the food for them to eat. And maybe it's the reason as to why we're experiencing so many drops, so many chances not taken well.
I will blame it on the hot sun on the grass, which makes it slippery. And if you don't have appropriate footwear, you find it slippery. 2 for Christopher Chidega off the bowling of Komagum, adding to their tally. The fielders can't seem to get their hands to the ball in time. Mahad Sachito at backward point, going on his knees, but not in the classic long barrier. The ball dodging him and allowing the batters an extra run.
Whipped by Hamidi, but finds Calvin Watua and only allows them to take 1 run. It's good to see Komagum, young player, coming into ball. That is so far so good. In his 4 balls being hit 5 runs. Chris Kidega comes, hits the ball over to the Gardens. 6 runs coming from Chris Kidega. It's a maximum, aligned very well. Head down and boom, punches it over. Long on.
Chidega using his feet, as you can see, to get to the pitch of the ball maximum towards the children's play area and the embankment. Umpire Okoth taking stock of the ball to see what damage it has received, but adjudges it to be fit for use.
Well punched again by Chris Kidega. Over the screen. A maximum again. A double maximum. Beautifully hit by Chris Kidega. Well hit, Chris Kidega. Ending the spell of Komagum. 17 for none in his first over. 120 for 1 in 17 overs. Chris Kidega 47 of 37 and Hamidou 31 of 36.
Chidega on the charge now, realizing that 120 is usually the pass score on this oval. Achieving that now, they can still push further in the remaining 3 overs. How many runs will he make in the remaining 18 balls? And with Chidega as well, just 3 runs short of another half century. I love the fact that Hamid is still in there at the tail end of the Trackers innings. He should bat through, but Arjuna coming from the forest end. Another opportunity put down.
Solomon, I told you there must be something. There must be something. Either the sun is too hot or there must have been something put there, like I told you, with the rate at which catches are being dropped.
It is just a lack of alertness and awareness being in the game. You have to expect the ball coming to you any single time while out there in the field. A skyer from Chidega, but Rothmio coming in from the long off decides to let that ball bounce. Chidega inching closer and closer to that half century, but picking up one where the intent was a boundary.
Hit too long on for 1. This is a beautiful pair executing professionally. And when you look at Kidoga, the composition, he misses that, but he wanted to punish it and slap it through covers.
That is the carrot from Arjuna, wide but dipping quick. Chidega unable to take advantage. Quick running. Chidega having to make haste to make his ground, which he comfortably does, leaving him at 49, 1 away from his half century. I hope I don't give him the commentator's curse, but that is 18 overs done and dusted in this contest. Lugazi Trackers 124 runs for the loss of 1, mirroring what they did in the first game of match day 1, opening up the tournament, posting a formidable total, but also losing 1 in the process.
Looking at the beautiful scenes around the pitch, the beautiful scenes you are seeing are for Florida Cricket Oval here in Ziba Kokonjeru, Uganda. Emma Rothmo comes back, but now coming from the highway end. Let's see what he can do. And then Chris Kidega on the strike.
I was begging you inwardly not to speak about any milestones, as the man might accuse us of the commentator's curse. But
And that's 50 runs for Chris Kidega. Beautifully hit. Well composed captain. Good contribution to the team. Chris Kidega getting his second 50 in this tournament. Well done, young boy. Well done, skipper.
a captain's knock, taking a single to bring him up to the milestone. Rothmio from the highway end. Played to the cow corner by Hamid. I expect this to be a really, really tough match, seeing that the past score in this tournament seems to be just above 100. The 120. And the Trackers going beyond that. And with that run also going beyond their highest score, making this innings the highest scoring so far in the tournament. The wind continues to blow the bells off, blowing from the Nkokonjeru end, but this time towards Njeru. Action continues out there in the middle. Against Hamidu. Slapped. Sabaiga at mid-off, offering no barrier at all. A comedy of errors out there in the middle. While all it needed was one person to take hold of that ball. Extra runs on offer where none need to be. And the Sailors guilty of being generous. Hamid anchoring this innings at a sedate 38 runs so far in 40 balls. In the latter stages, trying. There is a conference between the umpires. In the middle, Sharon Athula, Hamid doing all the running, down on his haunches. But that is the spirit, that is the fight in the man, determined to see this innings through, having come in at number 2. That break must have been a welcome relief to him. But now, back to the action. As Rothmio comes in, one to cow corner for Hamid. In this penultimate over of this innings. The dugout all on their feet, recognizing the great work by the two gentlemen out there in the middle. The ball over by Kidega Chris. A half tracker from Rothmio in his last ball of the over, receiving appropriate treatment, bringing us to the close of the 19th over. 138 runs on board for the Trackers, but have only lost an unbelievable 1 wicket. Great stuff out there in the middle. And we will end this innings from the forest end as there is a change in the bowler. Sabanyiga Davis. No, sorry, Asiku Jackson. Tasked with bowling the last over, and I will come back Alpha Adoa in the comms box.
Thank you very much, Solomon. It's been a beautiful execution by Hamid and Kidega. Welling. Yeah, we really thank very much Deep End Sports, Sports TV. We thank you very, very much for these beautiful pictures displayed right about on your television. And that was a chance. The partnership has been broken. Good contribution from Hamid, 39 of 41. And Chris Kidega, 57 of 44.
Hamid unable to carry his bat, but batting ferociously, brilliantly. That was a tired shot indeed, but trying to do the job. A catch in the gully area. The clubhouse rising on their feet to applaud a man who has done a tremendous job, been there from the start, only falling with 5 balls to go in the innings.
This has been the biggest partnership in this tournament by Lugazi Trackers. 138 for 2, 19.1. 5 balls to go to end the allotted 20 overs for this first innings. Chris Kidega, the captain, still hanging in there. A new batter is Abdul Shakur Doka. He's the wicket keeper for the team.
Just so Nasiku doing the job for his captain, brought in for the final over, taking the first wicket. And as we know, one brings another. What has Asiku got in his bag of tricks?
I remember speaking to Asiku, and he told me in Luganda, Coach, omulimu gwange gwa kubolinga. This means that Coach, my work on the team, let the batters do their role, let them go in and bat. On any day, I will be able to to bowl. You can give me the ball on any day, any time, and I will make sure I deliver for my team.
Early on in our cricketing life, realize that you enjoy one discipline more than the others. Asiku clearly opting and choosing bowling, but you'll find some everyone wants to have a bat in their hands, but not everyone gets that opportunity to bowl. So, and then you'll find those who love the fielding, who admire the jaunty roads, the pontings. Quick one from Abdul Shakur Doku, drop and run to bring Kidega in, a man whose blood is already on fire, asking him to do the damage in the remaining 4 balls.
Staying in longer there, staying in longer for Kidoka. He's now seeing the cricket ball as a football. punishes that. And it's been punched out. 6 runs. Beautifully hit. Chris Kidega is on fire for Lugazi Trackers.
Rothmio Emma guilty of not trying to prevent the boundary. You might not make the catch, but at least try and serve a boundary. But that ball was traveling, I tell you, and the ball is lost beyond the side screen from the forest end. Replacement ball will have to be used.
The ball traveled like a bullet, and got lost. Now we are seeing the umpires changing a ball similar to what was being used. And there is Jackson Asiku, nothing to lose, ready to take on his mantle. Can he stand his nerves? And there he bowls it. Wide. Umpire gives it as a wide. Asiku still has more balls to go. A couple of balls to go. Punished. Punished. Into the skies. Into the forest. Chris Kidega on fire. He blew them himself. There he is. This is so far the highest score in this tournament recorded here so far. Let's wait and see what happens after the allotted 20 overs.
Chidega using his feet and smashing that beyond the side screen and into the forest. And we have another replacement ball as the umpires try to speed up play, leaving the stewards out there looking and searching for that ball. I love the temperament of this young man. Always working, his brain always working, thinking, yeah? A man who hates getting out, who knows the price of his wicket. A great future for this young lad, now a member of the emerging high-performance team of Cricket Uganda. Soon and very soon, you might see him on the Cranes lineup.
Time for Kidega. Oh. Missed. And that's a bye. Recorded in there.
Chidega missing out on that one. But Abdul Shakul Dako asking for a quick single. And maybe to even add to his personal tally. Flashing and flashing hard. But only great running turns a single into a double. Bringing us to a close and the end of the first inning.
This is the end of the first innings. Well displayed by Chris Kidega. 69 not out. 155 for 2 after 20 overs. Asiku goes for 38 for 1 in 3. It has been excellent performance by the captain himself and his entire team of Lugazi Trackers. And here's the scorecard. The
top 3 batters all having double figures. The likes of Jaffa Ochaya starting with 30 of 29 balls. Hamidu Munigwa 39 of 42. Then the man himself playing not out, scoring 69 in 47 balls. They were all moving at a strike rate of 7.75, and the Buvuma Sailors had 14 extras given out to Team Lugazi Trackers. And here comes the lineup of Buvuma Sailors: Simon Sesazi, Nyenya Jonathan, Kawanguzi Timothy, Calvin Watua, Ajuna Robert, Komagum Jovan, Asiku Jackson, Mahad Sechito, Emmanuel Rothomio, Sebunya, and we get to the Sailors bowling stats. Asiku Jackson comes in to bowl and has 3 overs, conceding 1 wicket. The one with good figures is Mahad Sekito, bowling his allotted 4 overs, going for 19 with an economy of 4.75. Then one who follows next is Adupu Tom, goes for 20, having an economy of 5. Then the one who was disciplined in 1 over, Komagum Jovan, in 1 over went for 17, an economy of 17. Emmanuel Rothmio comes in also with an economy of 13, being hit 26 runs in 2 overs. I would like to thank each and everyone who has been on. Let's go for a break and wait for the second innings. I remain Alpha.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 8 on match day 4 between the Lugazi Trackers and the Buvuma Sailors. Both teams unbeaten so far in this inaugural edition of the Mukono T20 Cup. Action happening at Florida Cricket Oval in Ziba, Nkokonjeru. Proudly sponsored by Kingsley Children's Medical Center Mukono, Deep End Sports Media for all your outside broadcasting, live feeds and production. Organized by Mukono Cricket Community and stewarded by Cricket Uganda. A very interesting contest out there in the middle, with the Trackers posting so far the highest score in this tournament, and Christopher Chidega with ball in hand, having done the damage with the bat with an unbeaten 60 runs. Action coming your way. Alpha, welcome back.
Ooh. Welcome back to this second innings of Lugazi Trackers versus Buvuma Sailors. Beautiful knock coming from the captain himself on your pictures there. Chris Kidega leading at the front, and beautifully hit, beautifully executed. And now this is the second innings. Let's see whether he can win this. He is now going to open the bowling. Remember, he led with the bat, hitting an unbeaten 69. Beautifully hit from Chris Kidega. And having that some consultation with one of the senior players on the team, Jaffa Ochaya, who opened the batting and also was able to pile up 30 runs on the 155 that the team scored.
Buvuma Sailors chasing 156 runs for victory, and that man in your frame, Simon Sasazi, Ugandan international, will be tasked with trying to overhaul this team over the line if they're to stay unbeaten. A lot of cricket happening this Sunday afternoon all across the country, with matches in Masindi and the Laika T20 finals down in Entebbe. The Victoria Pearls doing the country proud out there in Thailand, notching their first win against Thailand, against PNG rather, and action starts in the second innings here at Florida.
Fast ball from Chris Kidega, and that's a wide.
Can be excused for the freebies, but he will have to be mindful. The work is not yet done. Needs to keep at it. Keep working. The cries come out with Chidega wrapping the pads of Simon Sasazi. That ball apparently rising above the stumps. Not out.
Chris Kidega, the man to watch out. Bowling to Simon Sasazi. Back on attack, Chris Kidega. And that's a no ball. Umpire calls it a no ball. Overstepping. And those are freebies. Simon Sasazi loves. He's now wanting to prepare himself to loosen up the arms to see whether he can take that to a maximum.
Chris Chidega playing the role of Father Christmas, bringing early gifts to the Buvuma Sailors. Simon Sesazi makes slighter adjustments, Chidega, to his field. And as expected, you do not give that man a free hit, because he will take you on and he will deposit you past the boundary rope, this time round for a maximum.
Lots of positivity coming from Simon Sesazi alongside the captain himself, Chris Chidega. Both are showing positivity, angry for each other and angry for the ball. One wants to hit the other and the other wants to pick out the other.
Simon Sesazi opening with Nyenya. Plays that one off his thighs for a double.
Good running in between the wickets. Simon Sesazi and Nyenya. The youngster is here to learn a lot from Simon Sesazi, the Uganda international. In there, full of experience, skill, learning his cricket at a tender age of 5 up to now. Good display from him.
Chidega fielding off his own bowling, completely missing with that sky at the stumps, but Sesazi not taking that run. Mind games going on out there. Chidega trying to elicit a reaction from Sesazi.
At a tender age, he was lethal, and even up now, at his age of 29, he's still lethal with the bat. Good backup, good fielding, only allowing them to take one, and good command from Chris Chidega.
There is still a lot of life in that dog. That is Simon Sesazi. On any given day, he will dish out the punishment. A quick scorer, loves the power play, loves to play expansively. Currently out of the squad of the Cricket Cranes, but working hard to get back. Chidega directs traffic, making adjustments and changes, putting more men on the offside. That was well thought out by Chidega. And that marks the end of the first over for Buvuma Sailors. 11 runs on board for no loss. All the runs coming off the bat of Simon Sesazi and the freebies from the Trackers.
Christopher Chidega at this tender age of his of 19 years, being so strong, agile, energetic, it doesn't surprise me seeing him deliver strongly for his team. New bowler coming up, Hamidu, whom he partnered with, creating the one of those biggest partnership in the tournament. Has the ball coming from the forest end. The young man has got lots of variations in his bowling. He's back on, he's on attack. Can he stand his mantles against Simon Sesazi? Punished, but well fielded by man on point. Not allowing them to take any chance there for a run.
Chidega and Munigwa Hamid showing great physical levels and strength, with Hamidu having played 19 overs but still coming in to bowl. Powerfully cut for a boundary four by Sesazi Simon.
Look at how he's composed. Always for Simon Sesazi, he's very good at the back foot. He will always clear you for maximums. Another one goes through, and that's a 4. It's a double. I call it like a twin. In the same area, same channel, bisecting both the fielders. And there it goes. A double for Simon Sesazi, taking him to 17 after 9 balls.
Back-to-back boundaries for Sesazi. Field adjustments despite the brilliant efforts of both fielders. The ball winning that race. And Munigwa bowls it down the leg side. A very interesting contest. But Simon Sesazi seeming to be still studying what good call from Nyanya Jonathan, turning a single into a double. Fielders have to be alert.
Again struck a bisector between points and covers. Anything you bowl with it, Sesazi will take you on. He is a man of those freebies. Anything you bowl with it, he thanks you and blesses you with a boundary.
Powerful cut shot with the same result as all the shots is played in that region. Boundary 4. Munigwa changes to over, trying to create that angle and increasing the difficulty. Manages to do that to complete the second over. The run is on board at 26 for no loss for the Buvuma Sailors. Simon Sesazi with 23. Minor adjustments out there in the field. We'll see Chidega waiting in no rush at all, but rather being meticulous. Bowling tight lines, wicket to wicket. He has Mansoor in the covers. Mid off. A wide gully. Third man. Point. And extra cover. Plays and misses. By Nyanya Jackson. Jonathan rather. The action will continue tomorrow here at the Florida Cricket Oval in Kokonjeru as the tournament still runs. But first, under quicker from Chidega, we promised you 9 days of action. This is match day 4 of the inaugural Mukono T20 Cup. 6 teams in this campaign to see who will emerge victorious, with best setters Lugazi Trackers and the Buvuma Sailors doing battle. Both teams unbeaten as of this moment, but definitely at the end of this contest, one team will remain unbeaten and the other pick up their first loss. Lugazi Trackers setting the highest score so far in this tournament of 155, surpassing their previous one of 126 runs. A team ably marshaled by the impressive, the imperious Chris Chidega. Abdul Shakudoka out behind the sticks. Akena, the bowler, at wide, mid-on. Slower ball from Chidega, but he strays to the leg side. Batting for that long and then coming in to bowl must be taking a toll on the young man. But as leaders, we lead from the front and the troops will follow. Welcoming back Alpha Adoa to the comms box.
Thank you very much. Seeing Chris Chidega taking on his team, guiding them, and there comes the second over of. There comes the end of the second over of Chris Chidega. 12 for none. 23 for none. After 3 overs, Buvuma Sailors batting well, having a strike rate of 9. The lead scorer there is Simon Sesazi with 23 in just 12 overs, being guided by Nyenya, who is still on 0, having faced 7 balls.
The run rate, if maintained throughout the contest, will see them surpass the 156 that they require. But it will be a hard task. But nonetheless, that one that needs doing, and a bowling change from the forest end. Akena Innocent being given this ball. Simon Sasazi facing.
The new bowler is coming from Forest End. And taking the strike is Simon Sasazi.
The way Sasazi is playing is more within himself, not being as explosive as he usually is. And the wicketkeeper making a meal of that one. To add salt to injury. He's playing a calculated game. Usually he blasts off from the word go. But I think realizing the task at hand and composing himself.
Those are unnecessary runs conceded by the wicketkeeper. I must think frustrations coming from Akena because of what the wicketkeeper has done.
As we've constantly said, the ball also continuing to swing even after it passes the bat, so you would forgive the young man. Akena unable to field to his own bowling, gifting Simon Sasazi another single.
This is a very good context. Seeing Simon Sasazi still in there with Nyenya, the young man, in between them, building it up to 30 runs, wanting to guide Buvuma Sailors to victory, but the game is still on. Beautifully bowled by Akena with all the zeal and the sound coming out of him. He must have pushed that harder till the wicketkeeper.
Definitely an effort ball, that one. Nyenya completely beaten by the pace. The diving efforts of the man at mid-off. The Trackers should not get complacent that they have runs on board, because with that man, Sasazi, Aljuna, Rothmio, all out, still out in the dugout, before you know it, they will be fighting for their lives.
And that's another wide. That's a double wide. Consecutive one. And it ceases being a wide. It's now called a no ball by the umpire. Free hit for Simon. Again, Simon experiencing the free hit.
I told you the Trackers must be working in the Santa department, as they've come out in this innings bearing gifts.
She called a no ball, but we don't know exactly what led to the no ball. What could have led to that no ball? Punished over the screen by Simon Sesazi. Beautifully hit. And do you know that all the no balls, all the free hits have been punished for 6 by Simon Sesazi?
He has opportunity to free his arms. As we all know that the only dismissal of a free hit is run out.
Beautifully hit. Look at how he composed and patiently waited. Swung his blade up in the blue skies. Ball getting lost in the skies, but drops into the forest.
The Trackers will have to be very, very, very careful, as Simon Sesazi looks to be in the mood to make headlines this afternoon. He's a man whose performances always make the back pages.
With lots of experience, he's a man who is always flexible. He has soft wrists.
Every time they give him those free hits, gives him more opportunity to get into the groove. And long after this, you're going to see the ball flying to all parts of the field.
As long as Simon Sesazi is still in there, it's still game on for Buvuma Sailors. And this is the last ball of over number 1 of Akena. Let's see if he can stand his nerves. He spears it in, but Simon manages to tickle it to long on to get 1 run there. Akena finishes his first over 14 for 9, and Buvuma Sailors 43 for 9 after 4 overs. In there, Simon Sesazi having 31 in 17 balls, and Nyenya the youngster 2 runs off 9 balls.
Sesazi only interested in retaining the strike at the end of the 4th over. The more accomplished batter facing more balls is good cricket.
When you look at the way Akena bowled, Akena, out of the 6 balls, he was able to bowl 9 balls in that over. The first one going for 2 byes, second one 1.2 wide, a no ball, 6. You know, being punished all over, giving out all those runs, finishing up in 14 in that over. What an expensive over.
A very healthy run rate for the Sailors, 10.75 at the moment. 2 overs to go of the power play, and having lost none.
Bold! What a fattish inside edge played on into the stumps, and there ends the life of Simon Sesazi. Change of bowling created and brings in Ochaya, who dismisses Simon Sesazi with his natural spin. Beautifully bowled, beautifully gotten and executed by the young man. Look at how he bowls it, and look at how Simon Sesazi loses balance and goes across on that. I was expecting him to hit it, at least take it back over the screens for another maximum.
You will not see that on your screen, but a thick inside edge off the bat of Simon Sesazi sees him castling himself But that wicket will go to the column of Jaffa Ochaya. The first wicket falls for the Buvuma Sailors, but they're still on 43 runs. Exciting, exciting stuff from these unbeaten teams in this Mukono T20 Cup. Proudly brought to you by Kingsley Children's Medical Center, Mukono. Broadcast partners being Deep End Sports Media. For all your outside broadcasting, live streaming, and production needs, follow them on all their socials. Being choreographed by the Mukono cricket community and supported by Cricket Uganda. Inaugural edition 2025. Mukono cricket community was started just post-COVID, but is making leaps and bounds on the cricket landscape. Even recently, our chairman, who is also the tournament director, Simon Chintu, onboarding another school from Nkokonjeru into the community.
Beautifully bowled here by Jaffa Ochaya. Man with his simple spin, but manages to pick up very expensive wickets. And man facing that, Calvin Watua, playing for the emerging Ugandan team. Leaves the strike and rotates it.
The aim is to make Mukono cricket community a high performance hub, and we are well on our way. And such tournaments, such opportunities, not only for the players out there in the middle, all the officials, but also the administrators. And such tournaments, such great strides being made in that opportunities, not only in our way.
It's
and such tournaments,
in
such
there, not Calvin Watua.
Opportunities, not only for the players away. The cries go out, and such tournaments.
It's
Lokakwata tournaments. Ochaya,
in
such
there, not Calvin Watua.
Opportunities. Disgusted with this keeper, the who's missed a brilliant opportunity, drawing the batter forward, but Doku unable to complete the stamping. The Trackers want to leave it everything. Well stopped by the young man, but still manage a single.
And that marks the end of over number one of Jaffa. 2 for 1 in this allotted over of Jaffa. His first ball was a wicket. Goes on dot one. Beautifully bowled by Jaffa. Score is 45 for 1 after 5 overs. Kawanguzi Timothy 1 and Nyenya 3.
Uneven contests right now at the moment, with the game being anyone's. The team that puts their hand up will take it. A bowling change from the forest end, with Emetu picking up the ball. I beg your pardon, Hamidu, with the ball in your shot. a completely useless effort at a long barrier as the ball snakes under the fielder at point for 2.
At this rate, seeing the teams all fired up, wanting victory, glides it, rubs the pad, and they manage to take 2 runs off that.
Leg by sneak down the leg. Hamid Munigwa, angry with himself for bowling a leg side line, and also the keeper not helping him out. More extras in the column for the Trackers. Very generous, you would say.
As this is the last over to end the power play, Buvuma Sailors 52 for 1, and one with the ball, that is Hamidu on attack.
If you ask me, if it is possible. Oh, finally the rudder working to perfection. Munigwa snares Nyanya Jonathan, who has to trudge off for a pedestrian 5 runs. Renewed energy and enthusiasm out there in the middle as he receives the congratulations of his teammates. The Buvuma Sailors have now lost 2 wickets. A slower ball, completely missing the line, guilty of having his head up in the skies, falling round and being dismissed. The Buvuma the score reads 50 runs on board for the loss of 2 wickets, bringing Calvin Watua right down in the middle for some business.
Beautiful scenes of Florida Cricket Oval here in Ziba and Kokojeru. And that's the man on form. The man on form, Hamidu, with the ball. With the ball. And as my fellow counterpart, Solomon, goes into a break, we are still live from Florida Cricket Oval. Hamidu on attack again. Oh, and he bowls it. Calvin Watua tickles it to square leg and manages to pick up 1 run. Another experienced player, Calvin Watua, playing in the Uganda Emerging. Well stopped. Beautifully bowled by Hamidu. No run there. Tight and superb performance this afternoon from Hamidu. Blaze punished like a bullet through the covers. 4 runs. Kawanguzi piling up on his total. Hamidu spell ends his second over. 25 for 1 and 57 for 2. Buvuma Sailors after 6 overs. Jaffa Ochaya comes back into the attack from the highway end with the brilliant performance during the first innings of Jaffa Ochaya, who put on 30 runs. Not forgetting his captain Chris Kidega managing an unbeaten 69, and Hamidu also taking that powerfully, striking that ball. Hamidu and the captain Christopher Kidega contributed one of actually the biggest partnership. Jaffa Ocha into the attack. Calvin Otua punches it and stopped by captain Chris Kidega, only conceding 1 run. In cricket, it's all about body and soul. We can see a change in the bowling, in the fielding structure. Jaffa Ochaya brings in man from the sweeper, brings him in, and well played by Kawanguzi. He tickles that on the onside mid wicket and manages to get one from that. Mistimed by Calvin Watua from Jaffa Ochaya's ball. Beautifully hit. Struck and over the side screens. 4 runs for Calvin Watua. Well timed, well hit. He lined up well, lined up himself well. He lined up himself well. And boom, swings it for a maximum. Well stopped by Calvin Watua. Ending the 7th over and the second spell of Jaffa Ochaya. 10 for 1, 65 for 2. After 7 overs at a strike rate of 9.29. Buvuma Sailors. Looking at the beautiful sceneries of Florida Cricket Oval, the beautiful forest, the scenes, looking good. All this being organized by the Mukono cricket community, supported by Kingsley Children's Medical Center, Deep End Sports Media, not forgetting the mother body of Uganda, that is Cricket Uganda. We can see a bowler change coming in. Akena coming from the forest end. Man on strike is Timothy Kawanguzi. Akena can stand his nerves. He bowls it. Calvin Watua shouldn't attempt or give out chances like this. You might attempt going for a single, trying to steal a single, and you end up slipping down and there creating chances for a run out. Beautifully hit. Crossed deep into the mid wicket. 4 runs. Kawanguzi Timothy clears the rope. Perfectly timed. Having a stable base. Swings his blade out. Through deep square for 4. The game is still on. Missed that. Swinging it. Swinging the blade. And not positioning his head very well. He just needed to step into the line of the ball, swing his blade with the eyes on the ball, punishing it through the covers for a maximum. Well struck off the back foot by Timothy Kawanguzi. Well executed, and it goes for 1. They go for 1. And now Calvin Watua back on strike. Experienced player in this team. Played in the under-19. Played also in Team Uganda. And now finding his way back to Team Uganda as he's in the emerging Uganda team. We are seeing a fielding change, bringing in fine leg and taking out cow corner. Calvin Watua punishes that. Can they manage to? Is that a run? Oh! That was so close. Well fielded by Jaffa Ochaya. Young man on form with all his agility. Feels it in. Gets it. And hands in. Well best. Good best by Calvin Watua. punches it through, and quick pick up by Jaffa Ochaya. Guide it there, drop it there, and go for a single. Well executed, Calvin Watua. And there ends the second over of Akena. 22 for 9, 73 for 2 after 8 overs. Buvuma Sailors. Kawanguzi contributing on that with 11 runs of 10, and Calvin Watua 11 of 7. With the experience that is on the crease of Calvin Watua and Timothy Kawanguzi, they need to build a partnership. They need to build up to make sure that they come closer to the score, for them to perform to their best. Calvin Watua is capable of doing that. He just needs to guide Timothy Kawanguzi to see them building up on that partnership. Excellent performance in the previous over, seeing them aligning the ball, well balanced, executing. Jaffa comes back again into the attack, and Kawanguzi and Calvin Watua swings it but misses it. A good dot ball for Jaffa Ochaya. Swings. One bounce for 4 at cow corner towards the chairman's stands. Struck properly by Calvin Watua. 15, Calvin Watua. And that hits the pad, but the umpire denies and says it wasn't hitting the stump, missing the stump. Well balled from Jaffa and signals leg by. Well struck. Ow! What a perfect effort by captain himself, Chris Kidega. Good try. Good effort from Chris Kidega. Captain leading from the front. Managing, giving them only 1 run. This Mukono T20 Cup, can Jaffa stand his nerves? And there he goes. Calvin Watua punches it to short mid off and manages to get 1 run. Ending the third spell of Jaffa Ochaya, 16 for 1. He's over. Going for .4, the LB 1.1, 80 for 2 after 9. Buvuma Sailors. Kawanguzi contributing on that with 12 in 11, and then Calvin Watua 16, 12 balls. Apparently, Buvuma Sailors require 76 runs in 66 balls. 76 runs in 66 balls. With 8 wickets in hand. Oh, chance there for a return catch. But the bowler didn't hesitate, didn't give any trial to see that he can stop that from sailing away. He gets back onto the attack. Akena punished by and most especially the school-going youngsters. These are signs of development, of cricket development in Uganda and most especially this region. That was too cheeky. You can't afford that. That's a wide. Umpire indicating wide. Too cheeky. No affording such cheeky runs. Such cheeky. And he gets it again. 4 runs executed by Calvin Watua. Beautifully knocked through deep square, taking him to 23 in 15. Calvin Watua. Akena the youngster needs more guidance from his seniors. He shouldn't give up. He gets back on attack. Calvin Watua punches it from the back foot. Can they manage to? They only manage one. Excellently and brilliantly punched by Calvin Watua from the back foot. For one there in between covers and point to the sweeper out there. Let's see if he can hold his nerves in. He bowls it. Poorly fielded. Do they want no risks at this moment? You have the game at your hands and you are trying to risk. Calvin Watua shouldn't take it slightly by trying to risk for a second run out, for a second run. That will cause a run out. Last ball in the spell, in the third spell of Akena. Let's see what he can do. Calvin punishes it again, but finds a man patrolling the boundaries at deep square. Akena finishes his third spell, 34 for 9, for none. When you look at the chart, the Sailors are clearly above the Lugazi Trackers. And there is the over chart. By the end of the 10th over, now here is the partnership of having built of Calvin Watua and Kawanguzi, 40 runs out of 27. In this, Calvin contributing 17 and Kawanguzi 10. Hamidu gets back onto the attack. And I would like to welcome back my co-commentator, Solomon.
Thank you, Alpha. The Buvuma Sailors quietly going about their work. Calvin Watua smacking the ball to all parts of the field. And as we saw from the worm, their scoring rate clearly above the Trackers. There has been a passage of play where the Sailors, have stepped onto the gas, and Munigwa, an opportunity. Chidega feels that to prevent a certain fall. Good scoring rate from the Buvuma Sailors. Kawanguzi, Timothy and Calvin Watua already having a scoring rate, a partnership now well above 40. The Trackers guilty of freebies, and Watua and Kawanguzi running well in between the wickets. Both sides unbeaten so far. Bowls him! Becoming greedy and losing his wicket. Going for the cross, but the ball clearly within the stumps. Missing the ball. Bowler hitting the wicket.
A mere look of how things are. They were moving very well, but just a slight twist of the brain costs you a wicket. Kawanguzi was pushing it well, but because he wanted to go for a maximum across to a ball that was bowled straight into the stumps, ending up giving out his wicket easily like that.
When they say that your blood is hot, you can hardly restrain yourself, and Kawanguzi going for the expansive, but being castled by Munigwa Hamid, picking up 2 so far and conceding 33. Good figures for the young man so far.
Hamid always exhibits excellent performances with the ball, but today he has been so outstanding both with the bat, and now we are seeing him proceeding with the ball. Excellently executed, having 2 for himself in his just 2.4 overs. Well executed, young man. He gets another one. Bowled off the pads of the batter into the wicket. Beautifully held by Hamidu himself. He doesn't give up. Very good fighter. We have seen him performing from the start of this tournament. He doesn't fail with the ball. He really executes to his capacity. Hamidu, 33 for 3 in his 2.5 overs.
The young man clearly doing a job for his captain, and right now on a hat trick, having got rid of the dangerous Kawanguzi, comes and also takes a quick wicket of Jackson Asiku, returning to the dugout without troubling the scorers. The ball hitting his pads and cannoning back into the stumps. When the match seemed to be moving away from the Trackers, steps up Hamid to show resolve and excellency. He's on a hat-trick right now.
Let's see if he can stand his nerves. Oh! Almost getting to the hat-trick. Well executed, young man. That was beautifully bowled. Spinned away from Captain Ajuna excellently, and good keeping from Abdul Shakur. First ball dot, 4-1, 3 wides, wicket, and then the dot. Buvuma Sailors, 100 for 4 in 11 overs. Calvin Watua, the strong man, still in there. Moving, team moving. Strike rate of 9.09.
The ball completely bamboozling Ajuna, but unfortunately Munigwa unable to complete a hat-trick. In this tournament, we have had 5 opportunities. Akena continues from the forest end as Alpha takes a break from the comms box. There has been a change in momentum in this game. The Sailors seem to be sailing away with the match, but the Trackers come back in to turn the match on its head. Some changes in the field as that Akena comes in to bowl his last over. Buvuma Sailors versus the Lugazi Trackers. Unbeaten sides in this, the Mukono T20 Cup, first edition. Ajuna uses his feet and an inside edge to the fine leg area, gives him one. Buvuma quietly going about their business. The shadows are lengthening out there on the field, but the cricket still as bright and blazing as the sun. Straight down from Watua, seeking a second, but sent back by Ajuna. Excellent cricket out in the middle. In the tournament so far, the side batting first has gone on to win all matches except in one. And he will have to bowl that again. Akena. Will the Sailors buck the trend to become only the second side batting second to win a game in this tournament. Lofted drive to long off. And like a Daisco fielding gives them two. Akana unable to collect and adds them another one. Chris Chidega will have to speak to his troops to up the ante. Otherwise, this game is slowly moving away from them. Leg by indicated by umpire Sharon Athula taking charge in her 7th game of this tournament. The last ball from Akena, if it's a Lego delivery, that will bring him to the completion of his allotted 4 overs. 2 runs, and the cries come out, but the gentlemen extremely fast between the wickets, showing their agility and fitness. And with that, Akena ends his 4-over allotted spell, taking any wickets. An economy of above 10. Quick running there from Arjuna. The score now for the Sailors is 110 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. Scoring at 9.7 per over. Calvin Watua still in the middle. 32 runs in 23 balls. Strike rate of over 150. Arjuna 6 in 4. Scoring at 120. A very exciting contest. And one team will emerge victorious while the other will lose and leave alone the freebies. Quick call from Arjuna. A rising ball from Chidega. Adjudged wide by umpire Sharon, standing at leg. Tickled down to square air leg region with the fielder coming in quickly, preventing a double. Comical efforts from the lad down at fine leg. And another double comes in for Calvin Watua. A very pensive mood over the field as the Trackers make the equations required to maintain their 100% record in this competition, with the Sailors proving to be equal measure to them. Another freebie from Santa Claus Chidega. It is Christmas time out there in the middle. The sack seems to be full, but that helps no one except the Buvuma Sailors. Great effort from backward point to stop that. No runs on offer to Watua. Two-season campaigners out there for the Buvuma Sailors, Arjuna and Watua. In this face-off with Chris Chidega. Moves in line into line of the ball and pulls it over fine leg for a boundary four. Watua unfazed by the pass, and that marks the end of over number 13. 123 runs for Buvuma Sailors, losing 4 wickets in the process, scoring at a healthy 9.46. Watua Calvin 39 in 27. Well above 120 scoring rate. As we take a look at that pool in the vacant fine leg region. Interesting contest out there in the middle. "33 runs required by the Sailors in the remaining 7 overs. They need to put on the screws, otherwise the Sailors are running away with this game. Munigwa awaits the changes into the field settings.
Always when you look at
Welcome back, Alpha.
thank you very much, Solomon. Always when you look at teams trying to looking at the senior players coming together, taking some time, they are trying to slow down the game, and these are moments where anything can happen. Planning on how to get out to get a wicket, and anything can happen at this moment, because the batters had that fast momentum of making the runs, but now what you see out there of Chris Chidega talking to the youngster who is on the attack now. They are trying to slow down the rate at which the batters have been moving at scoring the runs. So usually in that over, a wicket usually surfaces.
As a batter, you have to be aware. Askaya of the first ball of Sambuya. Yes, you have to be mindful of passages of play, Alpha, that even if there is an extended break, you keep your mind working. If you're fatigued, you stretch such that when you get back to batting, you well smashed past covers, but only for one. A little bit of dejection and quiet coming over the Trackers, probably realizing that only few runs are required, but they should stay in the fight. It is never over till it's over. But such extras will do them no good.
Calvin punches it there, but manages to get only one run. Well fielded by Jaffa Ochaya. They are still into the game, fighting for the win. But once this partnership is broken, temperatures will arise. Electronically executed by Arjuna, but manages to get only 2 off that ball.
That is the safest place on the field, just right above the bowler. Arjuna dealing in doubles. Great bowling from the young man, following Arjuna onto the offside to cramp him for space.
And not so many young players can have that mental of thinking that let me follow the batter wherever he's going and bowl that side. Can they manage to? But
clean pick up from the man at long on, Chris Chidega, the captain himself, bringing us to the end of the 14th over. 132 runs on board for the loss of 4 wickets for the Buvuma Sailors. Calvin Watua still at the crease, 41 of 29 balls. Kept company by Arjuna Robert, 14 runs in 10. All clearly striking the ball at above 120. Sambuya Timothy conceding 9 runs in his first over. What can the Trackers do, you think, Alpha, to bring this game back into their favor?
What the Trackers need to do right now is to slow down the game. They just need to be slowing down this game. Chances for a wicket are there. Like in the previous over, there was a chance, but a slow run came out from that. Beautifully punched by Calvin. And only manages to get one there.
Brilliant effort from Nasul at mid of Munigwa, changing bowling ends to come from the highway end. They need to keep believing, and I concur with you that they need to slow down this game, even the pace at which they're bowling, remembering that this is a new strip and this is only the second game. Chance offered. but the man at cow corner doing an effective job. Unfortunately not, it seems, as it's adjudged 4 runs, as you will see on that replay. Oh, the fielder picking up that ball well beyond the boundary. Great pictures from Deep End Sports Media, keeping you abreast of wherever the ball might go. Good work from the cameramen and the production house. But we get back to the action. Extra cover in business.
Calvin guides it to long on and manages to get only 1 run. Let's see how Hamidu finishes it off in his last ball of his 4th over. And there is done. He finishes it off. Hamidu 40 for 3 in 4 overs. This over went for 1-4.11, then dot 139 for 4 after 5 overs. Buvuma Sailors. Calvin Watua on 43 for in 31 balls, and then Captain Ajuna 13 in 14. Building a partnership with Calvin Watua. For them to win this, they need to stick in there with all the charismatic. They need to make sure no chances are given out for them to become victors in this entanglement. Very powerful. It would be a sweet win for them, taking it all the way far. Let it go closer. No rushing. They'll be able to get the result. And then for the fielding team, I love the way they are executing the field, changes of fielding. By doing this, they are trying to slow down the momentum of the batters.
Christopher Chidega, the captain, not missing a trick, making Calvin Watua wait till he faces the ball. All in psychological warfare. And let's see, has it succeeded? I will tell you that no, because that is hit back over the head of the bowler for 4. Jaffa Ochaya receiving the treatment.
As Jaffa Ochaya comes in, Calvin Watua positions himself, sets himself, and he misses that. But with all the execution and energy balanced from Calvin Watua, he manages to hit that over the bowler, straight to the screen, cutting the rope for 4.
I will not say about the dreaded milestone, as the man might accuse me of the commentator's curse. But Watua inching towards that milestone.
Oh,
Quicker ball from Ochaya. And dot balls, but with a match poised, creating less or minimal pressure at all.
Swung into the swamp. Calvin Watua joins the family of the 50s.
Brilliant batting effort from Calvin Watua with a measured 50, passing his innings quite well, and by depositing that ball down into the swamp, crosses the half-century mark, joining Chris Chidega, Fahad Mutagana as the only half-centurions in this tournament. This is to remind you the inaugural edition of the Mukono T20 Cup, and records are there to be set which will be reference points for future editions. But right now, Watua joins the half-centurions.
Well, composure. Beautifully executed. That shot came off the bat electronically. Boom. Crossing to a maximum.
Alpha, I promise you that this game will end before the shadows completely cover the playing field, as the Buvuma Sailors now stand at 149 runs for the loss of 4 after 16 overs. Arjuna keeping Watua company as they need only 7 runs to achieve their second victory in this Mukono T20 Cup. Exciting for the Sailors. Their dugout coming down the stairs, ready to run onto the pitch as they claim their second victory. But before that, Kidega will have a word or two, all 6 balls even, to have a say.
Let's see how Captain Kidega finishes this off. Is he going? Is it possible for him to break the partnership? He gets the ball still from the highway end. What I told you is changing the field positions, making sure he has his strongest fielders at the rope, controlling the boundary. He comes into attack, and that was so sweetly delivered and missed by Captain Arjuna.
Chidega, with the fire still burning in his chest and eyes, he's a proud cricketer, and that is what you love to see. At the tail end of this match, but the skipper himself saying, I'm the last man of a sinking ship, and that is a skyer. Dropped by Nasul, who had plenty of time. The captain will be with his young judge, Nasul. Arjuna moving out. But one thing I've realized while quarters is that they never look at the ball till it is into their hands. Another skyer, but no one there. Watua and Arjuna offering catching practice in the dying embers of this match, adding to the excitement out there in the middle.
This is ridiculous. Ridiculously displayed by the fielding team. Chances coming your way and not utilizing them. I told you when everything and when the field positions are being set at this moment, they are trying to slow it down, and chances of the wicket had come. Now, Captain Chris Sideka in attack. And Arjuna just flicks it through Fine leg for 4.
Psychologically, when you look at the body language of the tracker fielders, they must have considered this game 3 overs back, and the only man displaying desire and fire being their captain. Chidera plays that brilliantly, bringing us to the point of only requiring 1 run, for the scores are tied now. Any run will do, and that will be that. With the Sailors braving the storm from the Trackers.
Let's see if he can hold his nerves. There's Kidega. Well guided by Arjuna. It's all over. Buvuma Sailors are able. They enter the winning stride. All over. And the fielder fails to get up after stopping that one ball. That one. Game is done.
Bahati Moses, the fielder out there at White Gully, receiving treatment at the end of this exciting match, where the Buvuma Sailors have prevailed over the Lugazi Trackers by 6 wickets, breaking the trend of the teams batting second, losing, breaking that curse. A brilliant match out there. Joy from Arjuna and handshakes all around. Good-natured out there in the middle. And I will leave you with my colleague Alpha Adoa for the summary and the statistics.
Brilliantly executed by Calvin Watua, leading his team as one of the experienced players of Buvuma Sailors. Well batted, Calvin. You lead by example. You are one of the seniors of the team. The juniors have to learn from you. Once you don't represent that, it all comes back to you and haunts you. Looking at the Buvuma Sailors, having 4 players with double figures. Simon Sesazi, 31 in 18. Kawanguzi Timothy, 13. Arjuna Robert, 25 in 18. And the man himself, Calvin, an unbeaten 54 in 38 balls, being guided by Arjuna Robert. Beautifully displayed, and they just get that score in just 16.5 overs at a strike rate of 9.27. Out of all that score, Lugazi Trackers bowled expensively 28 extras. This is ridiculous. And that was too much. So they managed to get 156 for just 4. And when you come back and check on the bowling stance of the Lugazi Trackers, Christopher Kidega opened the bowling with 3.5 overs, going for 32 runs with an economy of 8.35. Hamid Munigwa finishing his spell of 4 overs, 40 runs, and picking 3 wickets, an economy of 10. Akena coming in with his spell of 4 overs, also going for an economy of 7, no wicket. And then Jaffa Ochaya, 4 overs, 26 runs, 1 wicket, having the man himself with the least economy of 6.5. Match summary goes as Christopher Kidega having an unbeaten 69 in 47 balls for Lugazi Trackers, with Munigwa Hamidu 39 of 42 balls. Ochaya Jaffa 30 of 29 balls. And the bowlers beautifully executed. The table standing is Buvuma Sailors tops the table with 6 points, having played 2 games, having a net run rate of 1.56. Lugazi Trackers fall back by 1, being number 2, playing 3 games, losing 1 and winning 2, having a net run rate of 0.84. And then number 3, Mukono Development, Buyikwe Gladiators, Jeru Warriors, and then Kayunga Titans. At least seeing all the teams with at least a win. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure having you in here, and right about now I remain Alpha and want to send you back down there to the post-match review to my co-commentator Solomon. Thank you very much. Enjoy the post-match review.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After an exciting match between the Buvuma Sailors and the Lugazi Trackers, here is the post-match presentation. The Buvuma Sailors managing to win by 6 wickets. And first, I'll have Captain Chris Chidega from the Trackers. Hard luck. You put up a spirited fight, but the Sailors triumphed.
Yeah, I think we really fought. The youngsters are many, of course. Today we're missing very two important players, but we managed to bat well. The bowling didn't go well. Yeah, and the fielding wasn't that tight, but yeah, we managed to fight as we could.
With the scores that you posted in the first innings, it looked that all you had to do was manage the game.
Yeah, we had to manage everything. We lacked one more good basic bowler. That is to give back the pressure to the other side. Yeah, but I think we're good to go for another game. Yeah, if our players come back.
And commiserations, Chidega. Let me have Arjuna. Congratulations on that win. It was measured. The trend has been that only the teams that have been batting first have won in the tournament so far. What did you do different?
To begin with, I think our team is more gelled together. We are playing as a team, and senior players are taking more responsibility. The likes of Simon up the top, they're giving us a good start. Then Calvin coming in, doing his thing, like he bats maturely, showing the youngsters how to approach an inning. Those are 2 games in a row, putting up his hand for the team. So I think it's about the teamwork and taking responsibility from the senior guys.
Would you say that all departments clicked?
I think yeah. I think starting with the first inning, our bowling innings, we considered 150 plus. I think I looked at the wicket, which was good, and I was pretty confident that we would chase that down. Really.
Thank you very much. The winning captain. On to the presentation of the player of the match, and I will ask the umpire, Okoth Michael, who will do the presentation to a player from Buvuma Sailors, Calvin Watua, 54, unbeaten in 38. I'll have a word with the player of the match. A brilliant innings from you. What was your mindset out there?
I think the wicket was really good, so all we had to do is apply ourselves, just play positive cricket, look for the runs, good balls, get the ones, and the bad balls, we maximize them. Simple as that.
Great performance from you out there in the middle. Thank you, and you have been adjudged the player of the match. And that marks the end of match day 4 in the T20 Mukono Cup, first edition 2025. Tomorrow we have the Kayunga Titans versus the Buikwe Warriors as our first game. Back to you in production. Calvin, come. With your